Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. As the sun began its languid descent beyond the horizons of the bustling city, the River Thames lay beneath the wide and arching sky, a tranquil mirror of violet and amber hues, reflecting the day's final fleeting glow. The river, a venerable witness to the ceaseless ebb and flow of London life, seemed almost to sigh with contentment, its waters catching the last lingering rays of sunlight and transforming them into bands of molten gold and liquid sapphire. Here, beneath the grand and stately bridges, the river flowed with an unhurried grace, as though it were itself reluctant to leave behind the day's warmth and light, preferring to linger in the embrace of evening's gentle arrival. Along the river banks, shrouded in a softening veil of mist that lent an ethereal quality to the scene, a solitary boatman busied himself with the timeless ritual of untying his mooring rope. His movements were deliberate and unhurried, in perfect harmony with the river's own leisurely pace, as he prepared to embark upon his evening's journey across the gently murmuring waters. The boatman, a figure etched in silhouette against the fading light, was a man of few words, yet his actions spoke eloquently of a life bound to the river, one that understood and respected its moods and mysteries. As his boat drifted away from the bank, he cast a glance towards the distant spires, whose ancient bells now tolled the hour with a sombre resonance, their echoes mingling with the soft whisper of the river. The air, tinged with the faintest chill of approaching night, carried with it the scent of damp earth and the distant promise of rain, a promise that seemed to linger just out of reach, much like the fog that wrapped itself lovingly around the city's edges. The fog, ever present in this place of perpetual transformation, danced like a spectral waltz across the river's surface, its tendrils weaving in and out amongst the boats and beneath the arches of the bridges, lending an air of mystery and enchantment to the scene. It was as if the fog knew that its presence enhanced the beauty of the river, casting a delicate veil over the bustling activity that lay beyond its ethereal boundary. The city, with its myriad voices and countless lives, seemed to pause in a moment of introspection, as if acknowledging the day's end with a collective sigh of relief. Along the embankments, figures moved in a slow procession, silhouettes softened by the twilight's embrace, their footsteps a gentle patter on the cobblestones that lined the path. Here, a gentleman in a top hat strolled with an air of contemplative ease, his thoughts perhaps lost in the pages of some remembered tale. There, a lady in a shawl paused to gaze out across the water, her face illuminated by the soft glow of a nearby gaslight, its flickering flame a beacon of warmth against the encroaching night. Above all, the sky stretched vast and immeasurable, a canvas upon which the day's last colours played their final fading notes. As the sun sank lower, the heavens deepened to a velvety indigo, punctuated by the first tentative twinkle of evening stars, their light a gentle reminder of the celestial dance that continued unabated, high above the concerns of the mortal world. In this serene tableau, time seemed to hold its breath, capturing a moment of perfect stillness before the inevitable descent into night. The river, ever patient, flowed on beneath the darkening sky, its surface now a tapestry of shadows and light, where the echoes of the day's warmth lingered, like a memory half forgotten. The boatman, now a small figure upon the water, guided his vessel with a quiet confidence, his silhouette merging with the shadows that gathered at the river's edge. As he moved further from the shore, the tolling of the bells grew fainter, their solemn music a fading echo in the gathering dusk, a reminder of time's relentless passage. And so, as the city settled into the gentle embrace of evening, the river continued its journey, a steadfast companion to the lives it cradled in its gentle embrace. With each passing moment the fog deepened, the lamplight flickered more warmly, and the echoes of footsteps grew softer, until all that remained was the river's quiet song, whispering its secrets to the night. The scene, painted in hues of violet and amber, slowly faded into the comforting embrace of night, inviting the next chapter of the evening's story to unfold. As the river's gentle hymn enveloped the scene in its tranquil refrain, the solitary figure of the boatman emerged from the shrouded dockside, a silent silhouette against the tapestry of evening, where the fog wove its intricate patterns through the air like a delicate lacework of dreams. His movements were deliberate, yet unhurried, imbued with the timeless patience of one who has long been acquainted with the river's moods and whims. The boat, an unassuming vessel of wood and age, rocked gently in the embrace of the current, tethered by a slender rope that seemed scarcely sufficient to hold it against the river's mild insistence. With a practised grace born of familiarity, the boatman leaned forward. His hands, weathered and strong, unfastened the rope with a deftness that bespoke countless nights spent in similar pursuit. The boat, now liberated, began to drift, as if eager to join its companion in the rhythm of the flowing water. The boatman stepped aboard with the care of one who respects the delicate balance between man and nature, his boots making the faintest of sounds upon the wooden planks, a sound almost lost amidst the river's own murmurs. As he settled into his accustomed place, the oars lay waiting, patient and ready to lend their strength to his own. With a gentle pull he set them to work, their blades dipping into the water with a quiet splash, a sound that echoed softly through the enveloping fog. The oars rose and fell in a steady cadence, a lullaby of movement that harmonized with the river's song, as if the very elements conspired to lull the world into a serene contemplation. The city, with its bustling life and myriad voices, receded into the distance, the clamour of human endeavour fading like a distant memory, leaving behind a profound stillness, punctuated only by the rhythmic swish of the oars and the occasional call of a night bird. The gaslights along the quay flickered in the mist, their glow softened to a gentle halo that barely pierced the veil of fog, casting long, wavering shadows that danced upon the water's surface like ethereal wraiths. The boatman, alone with his thoughts and the river's companionship, felt the weight of the world lift from his shoulders, replaced by a quietude that seeped into his very being. The river, in its wisdom, offered a refuge from the cares and concerns that often burden the soul, its steady flow a reminder of life's perpetual journey, ever onward, ever forward. As the boat glided further from the dock, the sounds of the city, so vibrant and alive, diminished to a mere whisper, a distant echo carried on the breeze. The boatman, attuned to the subtleties of the night, found solace in the simplicity of his task. Each stroke of the oars a meditation, each breath a communion with the natural world around him. The fog, thick and enveloping, wrapped him in its embrace, a cloak of anonymity that rendered the world beyond indistinct and dreamlike. In this quiet passage, the river revealed its secrets, murmuring tales of distant lands and forgotten times, its voice a gentle susurration that promised both adventure and peace. The boatman, a humble guardian of such stories, listened with an open heart, content to be a part of this unfolding narrative, a silent witness to the eternal dance of water and wind. The journey, though modest in its ambition, unfolded with a grace and majesty that belied its simplicity. The boatman's path illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, now breaking through the clouds to cast its silvery light upon the river's surface. The water shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, a living tapestry of light and shadow that transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary. As the boat continued its gentle progress, the river's embrace grew warmer, more intimate, as if acknowledging the boatman's place in its eternal cycle, The oars, now moving with the ease of long acquaintance, whispered their own song, a counterpoint to the river's melody, a harmonious duet that filled the night with a sense of profound tranquillity. And so, within this serene tableau, the boatman found his place, a solitary figure adrift in a world of mist and moonlight, where the river's voice sang softly to the stars, and the night unfolded its mysteries with gentle care. As the fog thickened once more, the lamplight on the distant shore flickered briefly, a final farewell to the day, as the scene slowly dissolved into the quiet promise of the night to come. As the fog embraced the river with its ethereal arms, the surface of the water began to mirror the cityscape in a dance of shimmering reflections, casting an upside-down London that seemed both familiar and fantastical. The buildings, those venerable bastions of human endeavour, stood inverted in the liquid mirror, their dignified forms distorted by the capricious ripples that the river, in its ancient wisdom, sent forth. Each undulation of the water twisted the outlines of edifices, so that the solid structures of stone and brick appeared to sway and bend, as if acknowledging the impermanence of their own grandeur. The ripples, born from the gentle caress of the night breeze, or the soft splash of a fish breaking the surface, were like the hands of time itself, reminding the observer that nothing, not even the most steadfast monument, holds its shape forever. Such is the nature of existence, where certainty is but an illusion, and change is the only constant. In this watery tableau, the city lost its rigid lines and sharp angles, becoming a living tapestry of light and shadow, a testament to the fluid nature of reality. Amidst this silent spectacle, the gaslights along the embankment flickered with a golden glow, their reflections dancing in the river like a trail of fallen stars. The lamps, with their steady yet faltering illumination, cast a warm halo into the enveloping mist, creating an ambience that was both melancholic and comforting. They seemed to whisper tales of the countless souls who had traversed these streets, each with their own story, their own hopes and dreams, now mingling with the echoes of the past in the cool night air. The river's soft murmur, an eternal lullaby sung to the sleeping city, intertwined with the distant tolling of a bell, whose solemn notes reverberated through the fog, marking the passage of time with a gentle insistence. It was a sound that spoke to the heart, resonating with the deep inner chords of memory and nostalgia, as if the very essence of London were encapsulated in those reverberations. The echoes, bouncing off the water and fading into the night, added to the sense of timelessness, a gentle reminder of the continuity of life amidst the ever-changing tapestry of the city. As the eye traced the liquid horizon where the distorted city met the sky, it was easy to imagine the river as a ribbon of dreams weaving through the heart of London, carrying with it the stories of all who had ever gazed upon its reflective surface. The river, in its infinite patience, held the secrets of the city, its depths concealing the whispered confidences of lovers, the solemn vows of the weary and the innocent laughter of children. Each ripple was a page in the unwritten history of the metropolis, turning over with the ceaseless current, never resting, always moving on. In this serene moment, as the river played its quiet symphony, the boatman, a solitary figure in his skiff, drifted along, a part of the scene yet separate from it, like a ghostly mariner navigating the waters of eternity. His presence was a reminder of the human soul's eternal quest for meaning, for connection, for understanding amidst the vastness of the universe. He floated through the fog, a guardian of the night's secrets, his journey a metaphor for the passage of time and the unending cycle of life. As the night deepened and the fog thickened, the river and its reflections began to dissolve into a dreamlike haze, merging with the darkness that embraced the city. The lamplight on the distant shore flickered once more before succumbing to the shadows, a final farewell to the day, as if acknowledging the close of a chapter in the ever-unfolding story of London. In this quiet dissolution there was a promise of renewal, a sense that the night, with its mysteries and its calm, would give way to the dawn, bringing with it the hope of a new beginning. And so the river continued its eternal journey, whispering its ancient secrets to the stars as the city slept beneath its gentle gaze, wrapped in the tender embrace of the night. The river, ever flowing and imbued with a serene majesty, wound its way through the heart of the great city, its surface reflecting the muted luminescence of the gas lamps that lined the embankment like sentinels keeping watch over the slumbering metropolis. The fog, that perennial companion of the Thames, wove its ethereal tendrils through the narrow streets and alleys, softening the edges of buildings, muting the sharpness of the night, and lending an air of mystery to the familiar contours of the city. It was as if the very breath of London had draped itself over the landscape, a living veil that both concealed and revealed, drawing the eye into the depths of its shadowed corners. As the boatman guided his solitary vessel along the river's gentle current, the rhythmic dip of his oars was a steady counterpoint to the hushed murmur of the water, a sound as timeless as the city itself. He was a man of the river, his life inextricably intertwined with its ebb and flow, his heart beating in time with its pulse. The fog embraced him as an old friend, its coolness a familiar caress upon his weathered skin, and he moved through it with the ease of long acquaintance, his senses attuned to the subtle shifts and nuances of the night. It was in this quietude, this intimate communion with the elements, that the strains of music reached his ears, a distant melody carried on the nocturnal breeze, its notes weaving through the fog like a silken thread. The sound was faint, but unmistakable, a lively tune emanating from a riverside tavern, its doors flung open to the night as if inviting the world to share in its revelry. Laughter, bright and unrestrained, punctuated the melody, a testament to the joys of companionship and the simple pleasures of life. The boatman paused, his oars resting in the water, allowing the current to carry him gently onward as he listened. The music stirred something within him, a memory of nights long past when he too had joined in such merriment. His voice raised in song, his feet moving in time to the rhythm, the warmth of friendship and good cheer enveloping him like a cloak. Those nights had been filled with laughter and stories, with the camaraderie of kindred spirits drawn together by the universal language of music and mirth. He could picture the scene within the tavern, the glow of the gaslights casting a golden hue upon the assembled company, the polished wood of the tables gleaming in the flickering light, the air thick with the mingled scents of tobacco and ale, the clinking of glasses, and the shuffling of feet adding their own cadence to the music's lively refrain. Faces, animated and flushed with good humour, would be turned towards one another in conversation, eyes bright with the shared delight of the moment. Yet as the boatman listened, there was no sense of longing or regret, no wistful yearning for what had been. Rather, there was a gentle acceptance, a recognition that life, like the river, flowed ever onward, carrying with it both the echoes of the past and the promise of the future. The music was a reminder of the enduring spirit of humanity, the capacity for joy that persisted even amidst the trials and tribulations of existence. And so he lingered for a moment more, letting the notes wash over him, savouring the connection to a world that was at once familiar and distant, before he dipped his oars once more into the water, resuming his journey along the river's tranquil path. The laughter and music faded into the night, becoming one with the whispers of the fog, the steady pulse of the river, and the quiet heartbeat of the city. As the boatman continued on his way, the fog thickened around him, its tendrils curling in delicate arabesques about the prow of his vessel, softening the world into a dreamlike tableau. The night was a tapestry of sound and silence, light and shadow, a symphony of sensations that played upon the senses with a gentle insistence, inviting the mind to wander, to drift upon the current of thought as effortlessly as the boat upon the river. And thus the boatman vanished into the depths of the fog, his form becoming one with the night, a solitary figure in a vast and ever-changing world, his heart still attuned to the echoes of the embankment, the laughter and music that spoke of life and connection, of the enduring spirit that thrived even in the quietest corners of the night. Beneath the stone arches of Westminster Bridge, where the River Thames flows with a quiet dignity, barely disturbed by the passage of time or tide, the gas lamps cast their soft golden glow upon the ancient stones, lending them an aura of gentle warmth amidst the cool embrace of the evening air. Here, one can sense the weight of history pressing down, an indelible impression upon the very fabric of the city, as if the bridge itself bears witness to the countless stories and secrets that have unfolded upon its span. The light flickers softly, dancing upon the rippling water below, reflecting the city that never sleeps, yet often dreams in its restless, ceaseless way. As the boat glides smoothly beneath the arches, the boatman feels this weight, this pulse of the city that he serves yet never fully knows, each stone above him echoing with the footsteps of those who have come before, a testament to the enduring nature of time itself. The very air seems to whisper of past triumphs and tribulations, of the lives once lived, and the dreams once dreamt, carried upon the river's eternal current, mingling with the fog that drifts lazily across the water, a spectral presence that softens the edges of reality. The bridge above is a marvel of human ingenuity, a masterpiece of design and endurance, each arch a symphony of curves and lines that defy the ordinary constraints of stone and mortar. It stands resolute against the passage of time, its steadfast presence a comfort to those who seek solace in stability amidst the ever-changing tapestry of the city. The gas lamps, with their gentle incandescence, illuminate the path for those who traverse the noble structure, their light a beacon of civilization and progress in a world that can oftentimes seem shrouded in darkness. Yet beneath this grandeur the river flows on, its surface a mirror of the sky above, capturing the myriad shades of twilight as day gives way to night. The water is alive with its own quiet music, a symphony of whispers and sighs that speak of journeys yet to be undertaken, of destinations unknown. It is a sound that resonates with the soul, inviting contemplation and introspection, a gentle reminder of the cyclical nature of existence, ever moving forward, yet forever anchored to the past. As the boatman guides his vessel through this tranquil scene, he is acutely aware of the life that teems upon the bridge above, the people who cross it with purpose and intention, each step a part of the grand narrative of the city. He imagines their stories, their hopes and dreams, their fears and desires, all interwoven with the fabric of the night, creating a tapestry as rich and varied as the city itself. These are the lives that give the city its pulse, its vibrancy, its unyielding spirit, and he feels a connection to them, a kinship born of shared experience and unspoken understanding. The echoes of footsteps upon the stone, the distant murmur of conversation, the occasional burst of laughter that rises above the ambient hum of the city, these are the sounds that accompany him on his journey, a chorus of humanity that sings of life in all its myriad forms. They are a reminder that even in the quietest of moments, the city is alive, each heartbeat a testament to the enduring spirit that dwells within its heart. Thus the boatman continues on his way, his heart attuned to the rhythm of the river, the pulse of the city that he serves yet never fully knows. The gas lamps glow softly in the night, casting their light upon the path ahead, guiding him through the shadows and into the embrace of the fog that waits beyond. It is a journey that speaks of connection, of understanding, of the simple beauty to be found in the everyday, and as he disappears into the mist, he carries with him the stories of those who have come before, a living testament to the enduring nature of time and memories. The evening air, thick with the soft embrace of fog, wrapped itself around the silent figure who wandered along the riverbank, his footsteps almost imperceptible upon the moist ground. The gentle light of the gas lamps, flickering with an ethereal glow, cast long shadows that danced upon the cobblestones, while the river, languid and serene, murmured its age-old lullaby in a hushed whisper that mingled with the swirling mists. In this tranquil scene, where the echoes of the past seemed to hover like spectres of memory, there emerged a sound, faint yet clear, as if borne upon the very breath of the night, a violin, its notes weaving a delicate tapestry of melody that floated across the water with an almost otherworldly grace. The music, like a gentle caress, stirred something deep within the heart of the listener, awakening a memory long buried beneath the weight of years. It was a memory of love, pure and unblemished, that had once bloomed in the very same spot where he now stood. It was as if the music served as a bridge to a time when the world seemed full of promise, when the future lay open before him like a garden of infinite possibility. As the notes of the violin soared and danced upon the air, he could almost see her again, waiting with a smile that spoke of warmth and tenderness, her presence as vivid as the day they first met. The melody carried him back to those halcyon days when the river, much like a confidant, had borne witness to their whispered conversations and shared dreams. How vivid were those recollections, as though they were etched in the very fabric of the fog that now enveloped him. Each note seemed to draw forth images of laughter and joy, of stolen glances and tender words exchanged beneath the watchful gaze of the stars. The music was a balm, measured yet bittersweet, for it brought with it the pang of loss, a reminder of what once was and could never be again. And yet in this moment the sorrow was tempered by a sense of gratitude, a recognition of the beauty that such memories can hold. The music, with its gentle rise and fall, seemed to echo the rhythm of the river itself, each note a testament to the enduring nature of love and the connections that bind us, however briefly, to one another. As he stood there, enveloped in the fog and the music, he felt a quiet peace settle over him, a comforting assurance that the past was not lost, but rather woven into the very essence of the present. The violinist, unseen and yet so present, played on, the melody drifting like a soft breeze across the water, as if summoning the spirits of those who had once walked this path. It was a tune of remembrance, of love both found and lost, of journeys embarked upon with hope and courage, and of the gentle passage of time that carries us forward, ever onward, into the unknown. The music, delicate and haunting, seemed to transcend the physical world, touching upon the very soul of the listener, and inviting him to reflect upon the myriad stories that had unfolded along this quiet stretch of river. As the final notes of the violin faded into the night, leaving behind a profound silence that seemed to echo with the echoes of the past, the fog thickened, wrapping its gentle shroud around the solitary figure. He stood for a moment longer, taking in the quietude, the whispers of the river, and the lingering memory of the melody that had stirred his heart. With a sigh that spoke of acceptance and a quiet resolve, he turned and continued along the path, each step a testament to the journey of life, where memories, like the river, flow onward, ever mingling with the present. And so, with the last strains of the violin echoing softly in his mind, he disappeared into the fog, his footsteps gradually merging with the distant sounds of the city, a part of the eternal tapestry of stories and dreams that weave their way through the night, or in that gentle shroud of mist where the river whispered its secrets to the silent moon, there emerged a sight both delicate and poignant, an ephemeral vessel of childhood fancy, a paper boat, adrift upon the languid waters. Its fragile form bobbed resolutely, a testament to the innocence and determination of youth, as it journeyed over the dark, reflective surface, a small captainless craft bound for adventures unknown. The river, in its infinite patience, cradled the tiny craft, guiding it with a benevolent current, as if aware of the precious cargo it bore, the dreams and imaginings of a young mind. From the bank, a man watched with a mixture of amusement and nostalgia, his face partially obscured by the swirling fog that seemed to dance around him, weaving patterns in the dim light cast by the solitary gas lamp. His eyes, softened by the years, and yet keen to the wonders of the world, followed the boat's progress with a gentle smile, one that spoke of memories long cherished and times long past. He leaned slightly upon his oar, the wooden handle worn smooth by countless voyages, and steadied the paper boat with a practised ease, careful not to mar its delicate construction. As he gazed upon this small token of innocence, his thoughts drifted, as thoughts are wont to do in the quiet solitude of the evening, to his own son, now grown, and embarked upon his own journey through the shoals and currents of life. The boy, once so small and eager, had himself sailed a similar craft upon these very waters, his eyes wide with wonder as he watched his paper boat ride the gentle ripples, its course as uncertain and full of possibility as the future itself. The man in those days of yore had stood much as he did now, his heart a curious mixture of pride and melancholy, knowing that each step forward was a step away from the innocence of childhood. The river, ever a patient listener, seemed to murmur in agreement, its waters lapping softly against the banks in a rhythm as old as time itself. The echoes of distant footsteps mingled with the gentle susurration, a reminder of the life that thrummed beyond the veil of fog, where the city carried on its ceaseless bustle, unaware of the quiet drama unfolding upon its watery stage. Yet here, in this moment of reflection, the man found a serene kind of joy, a quiet contentment in the knowledge that though time marched inexorably onward, the simple pleasures of life remained unchanged, their charm undiminished by the passage of years. As the boat continued its journey, guided by the subtle hand of the current, the man's thoughts turned to the lessons taught by the river, a steadfast teacher in the art of patience and perseverance. Much like the paper boat, life was a journey not always within one's control, yet filled with opportunities for discovery and delight. The river, with its hidden depths and gentle eddies, offered a metaphor for existence itself, a reminder that amidst the uncertainties there was always beauty to be found, always a reason to smile. The fog, that ever-present companion of the night, thickened momentarily, drawing a gauzy veil over the scene, as if to protect the fragile vessel from the harshness of the world beyond. In this cocoon of quietude the man allowed himself the luxury of memory, recalling the laughter of his son, the sparkle in his eyes as he sent his own fleet of paper dreams upon their watery voyage. How quickly those days had passed, as fleeting as the boat now slipping from view, yet leaving behind a wake of cherished moments, a tapestry of love and joy that would forever be a part of him. With a final fond glance at the retreating craft, the man released his oar, allowing the river to reclaim its charge, confident that it would see the little boat safely on its way. His smile lingered, a gentle testament to the enduring power of memory, and he turned once more towards the city, his footsteps a soft echo upon the cobblestones, mingling with the distant chime of a bell, the murmur of the river, and the whispering fog. And so he walked, a solitary figure amidst the swirling mist, a part of the ever-flowing stream of life where stories, much like the river, continued their eternal journey, weaving through the night and into the dawn. As the night deepened, and the city lay cloaked in a shroud of quietude, the air began to cool with a gentle yet perceptible insistence, as though nature itself wished to remind the world of its inexorable march towards the colder embrace of the early hours. The river, that ancient and unyielding presence, seemed to whisper with renewed urgency, its voice a soft murmur that harmonized with the distant echoes of a solitary bell, marking the passage of time with a melancholy grace. In this tranquil symphony of night, the mist began to rise from the river's surface, curling and coiling like spectral dancers, swathed in gossamer garments, who sought to veil the world in their ethereal embrace. The lantern upon the prow of the small boat glowed with an increased intensity, its light steadfast and unwavering, a beacon of warmth amidst the encroaching haze. This solitary lamp, casting its modest circle of illumination, seemed a defiant gesture against the gathering gloom, a humble yet noble attempt to tame the shadows that crept ever closer. Its glow, steadfast and serene, painted the mist with a gentle luminescence, turning each droplet into a tiny orb of light, suspended in the air like a multitude of stars fallen from the heavens to grace the earth with their transient beauty. The mist, ever capricious in its nature, moved with a languid grace, enfolding the cobblestones, the river bank, and the very air in a tender embrace. It was a presence both felt and seen, a curtain drawn between the waking world and the realm of dreams, where the boundaries of reality softened and blurred. The city, normally bustling with the relentless energy of its many souls, seemed at once distant and near, as if viewed through a veil of memory, where the past and present danced an intricate waltz. As the mist thickened, it carried with it the sense of the river, earthy and rich, mingling with the faint aroma of coal smoke from the distant chimneys, a reminder of the industrious life that slumbered, waiting for the dawn to rouse it from its rest. The air, cool and invigorating, was imbued with a sense of possibility, a quiet promise whispered by the night that the world, though shrouded in uncertainty, continued its timeless journey, much like the ceaseless flow of the river. The echoes of footsteps, once distinct upon the cobblestones, now softened and subdued, as though the mist sought to muffle the sound, to create a space where silence reigned supreme, where the soul could find respite in the gentle embrace of the night. The rhythm of the footfalls, steady and unhurried, marked the passage of time, each step a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, persevering through the veils of mystery and the unknown. In this serene tableau, the lantern's glow persisted, a small yet significant presence, its light a companion to the solitary figure who traversed the mist-shrouded path. The figure, though indistinct in the half-light, moved with a sense of purpose as if guided by an unseen force drawn ever forward by the whispering river and the echoing bell. Here in the heart of the mist, the world seemed to pause, to draw breath, and reflect upon the myriad stories that had played out upon its stage, tales of joy and sorrow, of love and loss woven into the very fabric of existence. And so, enveloped in this tranquil cocoon of night, where the mist rose from the river like a gentle sigh, the city slept, dreaming of the day to come while the lantern's light continued to cast its steady glow, illuminating the path for those who wandered the night, seeking solace in the quietude. The river, ever constant, flowed on, its voice a measured lullaby, weaving through the fabric of the night and carrying with it the promise of a new dawn. As the solitary figure moved on, the mist swirled and parted in gentle eddies, wrapping around him like an old friend, whispering secrets that only the night could know. The lantern's light flickered momentarily, casting playful shadows that danced upon the cobblestones, before settling once more into its steadfast glow. In this world of shifting light and shadow, of mist and silence, the journey continued, a part of the eternal cycle, where each step echoed with the promise of the unknown, and the river's song carried on, unbroken and serene. As the journey progressed, the traveller found himself beneath the venerable arches of Blackfriars Bridge, where the river's murmur seemed to deepen and resonate with an unexpected richness, as though the very stones were steeped in the tales of those who had traversed this path before. Here, the air was thick with the whispers of the past, mingling with the present in a harmonious symphony that defied the confines of time. The fog, ever present, swirled and danced, weaving itself through the ironwork and around the towering pillars, as if eager to embrace the voices echoing in its midst. It was an ethereal gallery of sound, where each utterance, each noise seemed to have a life of its own, reverberating softly against the cold damp stone. Under the bridge's shadow, the traveller's senses were heightened, alert to the myriad voices that drifted like spectral echoes in the mist. He heard the lively chatter of merchants, their voices robust, and filled with the vigour of commerce as they bartered and bargained in the bustling markets of a London past. Their words a testament to the relentless pulse of trade that coursed through the city's very veins. There too were the plaintive cries of beggars, beseeching compassion from those who passed by, their voices a poignant reminder of the city's ever-present undercurrent of poverty and want. Theirs were voices of endurance, of lives lived in the shadow of society's indifference, yet undeterred in their quiet persistence. Intermingled with these were the tender murmurings of lovers, their whispered endearments weaving a delicate tapestry of emotion that floated in the air like the sweetest of melodies. These were voices of hope, of dreams, and desires shared beneath the moonlit sky, their love a fragile beacon amidst the swirling fog. As the traveller listened, he felt the weight of these voices upon his spirit, each one a thread in the intricate fabric of the city's soul, their stories timeless and unbroken. The river itself seemed to carry these voices, its waters a conduit for the tales of London, both past and present. As it flowed beneath the bridge, the river whispered secrets to those who cared to listen, its gentle lapping a measured counterpoint to the cacophony of voices that filled the air. The traveller, entranced by this auditory tableau, felt as though he were a part of something much larger, a living tapestry woven from the lives of countless souls who had come before him. It was a humbling reminder of the vastness of human experience, of the interconnectedness of all who walk the same path, and of the stories that linger long after their tellers have departed. In this place where the boundaries between past and present seemed to dissolve, the traveller walked on, his footsteps echoing softly against the stone, joining the chorus of voices that accompanied him. The gaslights flickered above, casting a warm golden glow that illuminated the mist in soft ethereal hues, creating an atmosphere both inviting and mysterious. The bridge, with its sturdy arches and iron railings, is a silent witness to the passage of time, its presence a testament to the enduring spirit of the city. As he continued on his way, the traveller felt a sense of peace wash over him, a quiet acceptance of the ebb and flow of life, of the stories that are told and retold, each one a note in the symphony of existence. The voices, now a gentle murmur, faded into the distance, carried away by the river's ceaseless journey, and so he moved forward, leaving behind the bridge with its chorus of echoes, stepping into the world beyond, where the river's song continued to guide him, unbroken and serene. As the river's song wove its continuous melody through the fabric of the city, he found his footsteps drawn inexorably towards the majestic silhouette of St. Paul's Cathedral, rising with solemn grace from the heart of London. The air, thick with a gentle fog that softened the edges of reality, clung like a tender veil to the streets, obscuring and revealing in equal measure. The gaslights, flickering with a persistent glow, cast elongated shadows that danced upon the cobblestones, as if engaged in a silent waltz with the night itself. This ethereal atmosphere, suffused with the echoes of footsteps and the distant tolling of a bell, lent the night an almost preternatural tranquillity. As he approached the cathedral, the grand dome loomed above him, an immense celestial orb catching the last amber glow of the sun's retreat. It was as if the heavens, in a final act of homage, bestowed a golden crown upon the edifice, highlighting its magnificent contours against the encroaching twilight. Here, beneath this architectural marvel, he paused, feeling the weight of history and human endeavour pressing gently upon his consciousness. The dome, with its intricate carvings and soaring arches, seemed to whisper tales of the past, of lives lived and lost, of dreams dreamt and dashed, all woven into the stone itself. He stood there, humbled by the grandeur that surrounded him, feeling both infinitesimally small and yet somehow connected to something vast and eternal. The enormity of the structure, a testament to human aspiration and divine inspiration, stirred within him a profound sense of awe. It was a moment of introspection, where the significance of his own existence seemed to merge with the collective narrative of humanity, each life a thread in the grand tapestry of time. The cathedral, in its silent majesty, offered a sanctuary of contemplation, a place where the burdens of the world could be set aside if only for a fleeting instant. It was here, under the watchful eye of the dome, that he felt a kinship with those who had come before, who had stood in this very spot and gazed upward, seeking solace and understanding in the beauty of the creation that lay before them. The city around him faded into a gentle murmur, the bustle and clamour of the streets receding as if in deference to the sacred space. In this moment of stillness, as the gaslights flickered and the fog curled around him like a protective shroud, he allowed himself to be enveloped by the serenity of the scene. The echoes of history seemed to resonate within him, each note a reminder of the transience of life and the enduring nature of the human spirit. It was a symphony of existence played out into the quietude of the night, where the river's song continued to guide him, unbroken and serene. As he lingered beneath the dome, he sensed the gentle rhythm of the city around him, the distant clatter of a carriage, the soft rustle of leaves in a nearby square, the muted conversation of passers-by, their voices mingling with the whispers of the wind. It was a reminder of the life that thrived beyond the cathedral's shadow, a vibrant tapestry of experiences that unfolded with each passing moment. Yet, in this sacred space, time seemed to slow, offering a respite from the relentless march of the hours. And so, with a heart lightened by the grandeur and grace of his surroundings, he prepared to move once more, to leave the sheltering presence of the cathedral and continue on his journey. The river, with its ceaseless flow, called to him once again, its gentle song a beacon in the night. With a final glance at the dome, now shrouded in the deepening darkness, he turned his steps towards the path ahead, ready to embrace the mystery and wonder of the world beyond. As the ferryman resumed his journey, the night seemed to envelop him in a cloak of velvety shadows, the fog weaving intricate patterns upon the air, like some ethereal tapestry of nature's own making. The river, that constant and unwavering companion, murmured softly beside him, his gentle cadence a rhythmic counterpoint to the distant echoes of the city, where gaslights flickered uncertainly in the mist. It was in moments such as these, with the world reduced to a hushed whisper, that he found himself drawn into the depths of his own thoughts, memories unfurling like the petals of a long-forgotten flower. He could almost see the figure of his old mentor standing there beside him, a man whose presence was as solid and reassuring as the very earth beneath his feet. This venerable guardian of the river's secrets had once guided him through the tangled skeins of tide and current, imparting wisdom with the gentle authority of one who had long been acquainted with the river's whims. His voice, a deep and resonant timbre, would echo in the young ferryman's mind, recounting tales of the river's moods and mysteries, of the art of allowing oneself to be led by its gentle pull rather than resisting its inexorable flow. "Remember," the mentor would intone, his eyes fixed upon the shifting waters as if seeking answers within their depths. "The river is not merely a path to be traversed, but a living entity, a force that shapes the land and those who dwell upon it. To master it is not to control it, but to understand its rhythms, to move with grace and humility in its embrace." These words, spoken with a quiet conviction, had become a part of the ferryman's very being, guiding him through the years with an almost instinctual understanding of the river's language. He recalled the long hours spent in silent communion with his mentor, feeling the subtle shifts in the water, learning to read the signs and portents that whispered through the reeds. The river, in its infinite patience, had taught him the value of stillness and reflection, of listening to the world with an open heart and an untroubled mind. As he navigated the familiar bends and curves of the river, the ferryman allowed himself to be lulled by the gentle rocking of his boat, the steady splash of the oars a measured counterpoint to the quiet symphony of the night. The fog clung to the surface of the water, swirling in languid eddies as if reluctant to release its hold on the world, and in the distance the faint glow of lamplight shimmered like distant stars caught in the web of the river's embrace. He remembered the stories his mentor would tell, of times when the river had risen in anger, its fierce current sweeping all before it, and of the quiet moments when it lay still and serene, a mirror reflecting the sky's myriad hues. Each tale was a lesson in itself, a reminder that life, much like the river, was a series of ebbs and flows, of moments of turbulence and peace all woven together into the great tapestry of existence. With each stroke of the oar, the ferryman felt the presence of his mentor, not as a ghostly apparition, but as a living part of him, a voice that spoke not in words, but in the language of memory and experience. The river, with its ceaseless song, was the thread that connected them, a bond that transcended the boundaries of time and space. As the boat glided silently through the water, he pondered the lessons he had learned, not only from his mentor, but from the river itself. It had taught him to trust in the journey, to embrace the unknown with a sense of wonder and curiosity, and to find beauty in the ever-changing dance of light and shadow upon its surface. The river was a teacher, a guide, and a friend, its waters a mirror reflecting the soul's deepest desires and fears. The night deepened around him, the fog thickening into a gentle shroud that seemed to soften the edges of the world, and the ferryman felt a profound sense of peace, a quiet certainty that he was exactly where he was meant to be. The river's song continued, a measured lullaby that spoke of distant shores and forgotten dreams, inviting him to surrender to its embrace, to trust in the journey and the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of night. The river, with its gentle undulating flow, seemed to stretch into infinity, a liquid ribbon winding its way through the heart of the night, as if it were a silken thread stitching together the tapestry of the heavens and the earth. As the ferryman continued on his tranquil journey, the embankment began to awaken with a quiet vitality of its own, as if acknowledging the presence of those who ventured upon its waters. One by one, as if part of some silent orchestrated ballet, the lamps along the shore flickered into life, their golden orbs casting a soft, ethereal glow upon the cobblestone path that ran parallel to the river's edge. These lamps, guardians of the night, stood like sentinels, their light penetrating the embracing fog that shrouded the world in a delicate haze, creating an atmosphere that was at once both mysterious and inviting. Each lamp seemed to whisper its own story, a tale of the countless souls who had walked beneath its beam, of the secrets confided in hushed tones, and of the silent moments shared by those who paused to contemplate the reflections that danced upon the water's surface. The reflections, shimmering in the gentle current, merged with the ferryman's own lantern, forming a golden trail that unfurled behind the boat like a path paved with the dreams of the night. The river, ever the muse of poets and dreamers, seemed to hold its breath for a moment, as if pondering the convergence of light and shadow that played upon its surface. Each flicker of the lamps was mirrored by the water, creating a dance of illumination and obscurity, where each ripple carried with it the promise of new beginnings and the echoes of past reveries. The ferryman, his heart attuned to the subtle symphony of the night, felt a kinship with these lights, as if they were companions on his journey, guiding him through the labyrinthine passages of both the river and his own thoughts. In the distance, the soft echoes of footsteps occasionally reached his ears, the sound carrying across the water like the gentle sigh of a breeze through autumn leaves. These echoes, though distant, seemed to add to the melody of the night, a subtle harmony that complemented the river's own song. The ferryman imagined the figures to whom these footsteps belonged, perhaps a solitary wanderer lost in contemplation, or a couple entwined in the tender embrace of young love, their whispered promises carried away by the night air. Such musings, though ephemeral, were like the reflections on the water, fleeting yet profound, leaving a trace of their presence before vanishing into the ether. As the boat glided onward, the ferryman found himself enveloped in a profound sense of serenity, an awareness of the timeless nature of his journey. The lamps, each a beacon of warmth and light, seemed to mark the passage of time not in hours or minutes, but in moments of quiet reflection, in the soft inhalation and exhalation of the river's breath. It was as if the world had been reduced to its simplest elements: light, water, and the quiet presence of the night, each element playing its part in the great symphony of existence. Gradually the embankment, with its line of flickering lamps, receded into the distance, the golden trail they cast merging once more with the darkness of the river. The ferryman, though moving forward, felt as though he was suspended in time, each stroke of the oar a gentle reminder of the world's ceaseless rhythm, a rhythm that was both eternal and ever-changing. The river, the lamps, and the night itself seemed to conspire to lull him into a state of peaceful reverie, where the boundaries between reality and dream blurred into obscurity, and so the ferryman continued on his journey, guided by the soft glow of his lantern and the whispers of the river, each moment unfolding like a page in a well-loved book, inviting him to turn the page and discover what lay beyond. The night, with all its mysteries and promises, held him in its gentle embrace, a companion on his voyage through the waters of time and memory. The river, with its ever-present murmurings and the gentle yet insistent flow beneath the ferryman's boat, carried with it a deeper resonance as the tide began to pull stronger, its currents weaving intricate patterns beneath the surface, veiled from sight, but felt keenly by the man who plied its waters. As he adjusted his oar, a tool both humble and noble in its purpose, he acknowledged, with a quiet nod to the wisdom of nature, that the river moved where it willed, much as life itself often charted a course not of our choosing, but of its own inscrutable design. The oar, a trusted companion of wood and iron, dipped into the depths with a steady rhythm, a heartbeat in harmony with the river's own. The fog, thickening its shroud around him, seemed to breathe with a life of its own, a living entity that cloaked the world in mystery and softened the edges of reality, as if the very fabric of existence were woven anew with each ripple and swirl of mist. The gaslight, flickering in the distance like a solitary star in a clouded sky, cast its golden glow upon the water, transforming the surface into a shimmering tapestry of light and shadow, a dance of elements ancient and eternal. And within this dance the ferryman felt his own small part, a thread in the grand tapestry of the night, where time ebbed and flowed like the tides that guided his journey. With each stroke of the oar, the echoes of the world seemed to whisper to him, the distant chime of bells reverberating through the fog like the gentle tolling of a great unseen clock, marking the passage of moments and memories. The river, a silent witness to countless tales and secrets, held its own counsel, its depths a repository of dreams and forgotten whispers, its surface a mirror to the heavens above. As the ferryman leaned into his task, he felt a kinship with the water, a shared understanding that transcended words, a communion of souls beneath the vast canopy of the night. Characters in passing glimpsed through the veil of fog appeared as phantoms, their forms indistinct and ephemeral, yet each a story unto themselves, lives woven into the fabric of the city's nocturnal tapestry. The lamplighter, with his long pole and steady gait, moved from post to post, igniting the night with points of light, a guardian of the city's slumbering dreams. And the gentlewoman, her steps measured and serene, passed by with the soft rustle of silk and the faint scent of lavender, her presence a reminder of the myriad lives that intersected upon the river's path. The ferryman, in his solitude, found solace in these fleeting encounters, each a brush stroke upon the canvas of his journey, a reminder that while the river moved where it would, life too flowed onward, carrying with it the hopes and fears, the joys and sorrows of those who lived along its banks. The rhythm of the oar, steady and unyielding, was a counterpoint to the ever-changing current, a testament to the constancy of human endeavour in the face of nature's whim. As the night deepened, the tide's pull grew more insistent, a reminder of the inexorable forces at play beneath the surface, unseen yet ever present, like the hidden currents of the heart. The ferryman, with a sigh that was more a breath of acceptance than resignation, allowed the river to guide him, trusting in its wisdom and in the knowledge that sometimes surrender to the flow was the only course. In this surrender, he found a peace that eluded many, a quietude born of understanding that life, like the river, would always find its way. And so the boat, cradled by the river's embrace, moved onward into the night, the ferryman's lantern a beacon of warmth, and light in the cool embrace of the fog. The echoes of his journey, whispered by the river, and carried on the night air, blended with the distant tolling of bells and the soft tread of footsteps, creating a symphony of sound and silence, a lullaby for the city that slumbered under the watchful gaze of the stars. The ferryman, content in his place within this grand tapestry of night, felt the river's current deepen, guiding him onward to destinations unknown, yet ever familiar. As he rowed, he found himself lulled by the rhythm of the oar, the pull of the tide and the gentle murmur of the river, his thoughts drifting like leaves upon the water, carried by the flow of time and memories. The ferryman, nestled in his quiet solitude, allowed his thoughts to wander as he journeyed across the inky waters of the Thames, beneath the shroud of night that enveloped the city in its sombre embrace. The river, its surface rippling gently under the weight of unseen currents, seemed to whisper secrets of ages past, tales of those who had ventured into its depth never to return. The ferryman, a humble guardian of passages, bore witness to the silent testament of the river, which had claimed so many souls, the poor and the destitute, the lost and forgotten, each leaving behind only the faintest echo of their existence, swallowed by the endless flow of water and time. As the oars dipped into the water, their rhythm a measured cadence that matched the heartbeat of the night, the ferryman's mind turned to those unfortunates whose lives had been intertwined with the river's dark embrace. He thought of the destitute, driven to despair by the harshness of life in the city, their dreams dashed upon the unforgiving shores of circumstance, their final refuge found in the cold, unyielding depths of the Thames. The river, indifferent to their plight, carried their stories in its currents, a silent witness to the tragedies that unfolded along its banks. The ferryman, in his quiet contemplation, offered a silent prayer for those lost souls, a murmured benediction carried upon the night air, dissipating into the fog that clung to the river's edge like a mournful spectre. He imagined their voices, once vibrant with hopes and dreams, now reduced to whispers in the wind, their stories mingling with the river's song, an eternal refrain of loss and longing. The gaslights, flickering dimly along the embankments, cast elongated shadow that danced upon the water, as if in homage to those who had walked this earth, their presence now faded into obscurity. In the distance, the tolling of a bell echoed through the night, its sound reverberating across the water, a sombre reminder of the passage of time and the ephemeral nature of life. The ferryman, attuned to the rhythms of the city and the river alike, felt the weight of history pressing upon him, a tapestry woven from countless lives, each thread a story, unique yet intertwined with the others, forming the rich fabric of human experience. The river, in its eternal flow, bore witness to all, carrying the memories of those it had claimed, their voices a chorus of the forgotten, singing softly beneath the surface. As the ferryman continued his journey, he pondered the fate of those who had been lost to the river, their lives extinguished in a moment of despair or misfortune. He thought of the young and the old, the hopeful and the hopeless, each drawn to the river's edge by forces beyond their control, seeking solace in its depths. The river, ever constant, held them in its embrace, their stories flowing onward, mingling with the waters, their presence a gentle whisper carried upon the night air. In the quiet solitude of his craft, the ferryman felt a kinship with those lost souls, his own life a testament to the capriciousness of fate. He offered them a silent tribute, a prayer for peace and remembrance, his thoughts drifting like the mist that clung to the river's surface, veiling the city in an ethereal shroud. The ferryman, a solitary figure upon the river, continued his journey, his heart a quiet echo of the river's song, a testament to the enduring power of memory and the resilience of the human spirit. As the river carried him onward, the ferryman found solace in the gentle rhythm of his oars, their movement a comforting lullaby that eased the weight of his reflections. The city with its lights and shadows receded into the background, leaving only the soft murmur of the river, a constant companion in the stillness of the night. The ferryman, content in his place within this grand tapestry of life, allowed himself to be carried by the current, his thoughts a quiet homage to those who had come before, their voices a gentle echo upon the waters. As the river's gentle flow carried the ferryman and his solitary vessel further into the embrace of the night, the looming silhouette of the Tower of London began to assert its formidable presence on the horizon. This ancient edifice, a stoic sentinel amidst the ever-changing cityscape, seemed to rise from the very depths of history itself, its stone walls whispering tales of yore to the silent river below. In the languid evening air, thick with the moisture of the river and the spectre of ages past, the tower stood solemn and unyielding, a testament to the endurance of time and the fleeting nature of human endeavour. Shrouded in a veil of mist that clung to the riverbank like a spectre, the Tower of London appeared almost ethereal, its battlements and turrets softened by the fog that embraced it so tenderly. The gaslights, flickering with a ghostly luminescence, cast their pale glow upon the cobblestones, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that danced with the subtle grace of a forgotten melody. It was as if the very stones of the tower held within them the memories of centuries, each one an echo of the footsteps that had trodden upon them, each one a whisper of the lives that had passed beneath their silent watch. In this moment, the ferryman, a humble figure upon his modest skiff, felt the weight of history pressing close upon him, as though the very air were filled with the solemnity of countless souls who had once walked these cobbled paths. He pondered the generations that had gazed upon these same stones, their eyes filled with hope, despair, ambition, or resignation, each one a thread woven into the fabric of the city's rich and complex tapestry. The river, a constant companion to the city, had borne witness to all these stories, its waters reflecting the faces of kings and commoners alike, its currents carrying the secrets of the ages to the sea. As he glided past the tower, the ferryman could almost hear the echoes of history reverberating through the night air, each murmur a testament to the passage of time and the continuity of life. The distant tolling of a bell, its sound softened by the fog, seemed to mark the hours with a reverent solemnity, a reminder of life's inexorable march toward the future. Yet in this quiet interlude, time appeared to stand still, the present moment stretching into eternity, a bridge between the past and the yet to come. The ferryman's thoughts drifted to those who had once been confined within the tower's stone embrace, their hopes and dreams trapped within cold, unyielding walls. Yet even in their captivity, the human spirit had persevered, finding solace in the knowledge that the river flowed onward, ever faithful, ever constant. In this way, the river had become a symbol of endurance, a silent witness to the resilience of the human soul and the inexorable passage of time. As the skiff continued its gentle journey downriver, the tower gradually receded into the fog, its silhouette fading into the night like a memory half remembered. The ferryman, content in his role as custodian of the river's secrets, allowed himself to be carried onward by the current, his thoughts mingling with the whispers of the past, a quiet homage to the city that had shaped his life and the lives of so many others. In this tranquil reverie, the ferryman found a sense of peace, a feeling of connection to the generations that had come before and those yet to come. He understood that, like the river, Life was a series of moments, each one flowing into the next, creating a continuum that stretched beyond the confines of time and space. As the night deepened and the fog thickened, he felt himself becoming one with the river, a part of its eternal dance, a participant in the grand symphony of existence. The skiff drifted onward, the river's gentle murmur a lullaby that carried the ferryman further into the embrace of the night. The city, with its history and its secrets, lay behind him, a tapestry of stories woven into the fabric of time, each thread a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. And as the ferryman journeyed onward, the river continued to whisper its secrets, a gentle reminder of the past and a promise of the future, echoing softly into the night. As the ferryman propelled his humble craft across the languorous waters of the river, the distant bells of Southwark began their solemn and rhythmic tolling, their sonorous tones weaving a tapestry of sound that spread like ethereal waves over the darkened cityscape. Each peal of the bells seemed to rise from the depths of the city itself, ascending with a grace that belied its metallic origin, and merging with the gentle, unhurried lapping of the river against the boat's wooden hull. The sound was neither harsh nor intrusive, but rather a benediction, a series of notes that blessed the night with a sense of serene continuity, as if to remind all who heard them that time, like the river, flowed unceasingly onward, carrying with it the tales and dreams of those who dwelt along its banks. In this symphony of the evening, the ferryman's oars dipped and rose with a steady rhythm, creating small ripples that expanded outward, only to be absorbed by the river's broader current. The rhythmic dip of the oars served as a counterpoint to the bells, a harmonious blend of man and nature, a subtle dance of sound and silence. The ferryman, a solitary figure silhouetted against the dim glow of the gaslights that lined the distant shore, appeared as much a part of the river as the water itself, his movements instinctive and assured, honed by years of navigating these familiar waters. His thoughts, perhaps as fluid as the river, meandered between the past and the present, drawn occasionally to moments of personal reflection, yet never lingering for long, as the task at hand required his focus. Above, the sky was a canopy of muted grey, the fog rolling in from the east like a soft, enveloping shroud, its tendrils reaching out to embrace the city in a gentle, ghostly caress. Here and there, the silhouettes of rooftops and chimneys emerged, and then disappeared, like spectral sentinels keeping their silent vigil over the sleeping city below. The fog, though thick and pervasive, was not unwelcome. It brought with it an intimacy, a sense of closeness that made the vast city feel like a smaller, more personal world. The gaslight diffused through this mist, cast a warm golden hue upon the cobblestones and narrow alleyways, creating pockets of light that flickered like old memories, briefly illuminated before being reclaimed by the shadows. As the boat glided onward, the sounds of the city softened, becoming mere whispers in the night, echoes of footsteps and distant voices that hinted at the lives being lived beyond the river's edge. The bells, though still audible, grew fainter, their resonance muted by the fog, and distance, yet their presence lingered, a comforting reminder of constancy amidst change. The ferryman, now reaching the midpoint of his journey, paused for a moment, allowing the boat to drift lazily with the current, his eyes scanning the horizon where the river met the sky, a boundary indistinct and ever-shifting. In that moment of stillness, there was a sense of timelessness, as if the world had paused to draw a breath, savouring the quietude before resuming its inexorable march forward. The ferryman too was caught in this moment, his mind a blank canvas upon which the night could paint its dreams, and as the boat moved with the river, the bells of Southwark continued their toll, each note a gentle caress upon the air, a reminder of the passage of time and the endurance of things unseen. The river, in its eternal wisdom, held these sounds close, absorbing them into its depths, where they mingled with the echoes of countless other nights, preserving them as silent witnesses to all that had been and all that would be. The ferryman, knowing that his journey would soon bring him to the opposite shore, resumed his task with renewed purpose, the oars dipping once more into the dark water, setting the boat upon its course with a steady, unwavering resolve. And so the night unfolded, its mysteries wrapped in fog and shadow, its stories whispered by the river, and the bells, a tapestry of sound, and silence that lulled the city into a gentle, reflective slumber. The ferryman, a small yet essential part of this grand tableau, continued his journey across the water, the rhythm of his oars and the tolling of the bells blending into a single harmonious song that carried him ever onward into the embrace of the night. As the ferryman's humble vessel glided upon the placid waters, the city shrouded in its nocturnal garb seemed to breathe in unison with the gentle lap of the river. The fog, that ever-present companion of the night, drifted languidly along the water's surface, obscuring distant shores and muffling the distant echoes of the urban sprawl. It was a night where even the gaslights, their glow softened by the mist, appeared as ethereal orbs floating serenely above the cobbled streets, casting their light in soft halos that danced and shimmered with each passing breath of wind. In this beguiling interplay of light and shadow, the ferryman discerned another figure emerging from the spectral haze, a fellow boatman, his form silhouetted against the dim glow of his own lantern, approached from the opposite direction. The two solitary sailors, bound by the shared solitude of their nocturnal labours, exchanged a nod of quiet recognition, an unspoken camaraderie that transcended the need for words. Their lanterns, twin beacons in the fog, cast twin circles of amber upon the water, intermingling momentarily before parting ways, much like the vessels themselves, destined to follow separate courses through the night. The ferryman, accustomed to the river's capricious moods, felt a kinship with the other, a connection forged not through conversation, but through the silent understanding of those who ply their trade upon these waters. Here, amidst the undulating mists and the soft susurrus of the river, the lives of men were as transient as the ripples they left in their wake. Yet each encounter, however brief, added a thread to the tapestry of their existence. The boatman, with his lantern swaying gently in rhythm with the river's pulse, was a fellow architect of this nightly world, a world that thrived in the spaces between waking and dreaming, where silence and sound coalesced into a symphony of profound tranquillity. As their paths diverged, the ferryman watched the receding glow of the other's lamp until it was swallowed by the night, the flickering light a reminder of the countless journeys undertaken beneath the watchful gaze of the moon. The river, ever constant yet ever changing, bore witness to these silent exchanges, its waters a mirror reflecting the myriad stories of those who traversed its depths. Each flicker of the gaslight, each whisper of the fog, each echo of the oars, contributed to the grand narrative of the river, a narrative as ancient as the stones that lined its banks. The ferryman allowed his thoughts to drift like the mist around him, contemplating the nature of the night and the river, and how they shaped the lives of those who dwelled upon their margins. He was but a solitary figure in a vast interconnected web of humanity, each life a thread weaving through the fabric of the city. Yet in those quiet moments upon the water, there was a profound sense of belonging, a realization that even the most solitary of souls were part of something greater, a continuum that stretched beyond the confines of the visible world. As the ferryman continued his passage, the faint tolling of a distant bell echoed through the fog, its sound mingling with the rhythmic splash of the oars to form a lullaby of sorts, a melody that soothed and reassured. The river embraced him, its gentle currents cradling the boat as it made its way through the night, the darkness an enveloping cloak that softened the edges of reality. In this liminal space, where time seemed to stretch and contract with each breath of the river, the ferryman found solace, a quiet peace that resonated with the deeper rhythms of the world. The sky above, a velvety expanse sprinkled with stars, bore witness to the unfolding drama of the night, a silent guardian of secrets whispered only to those who dared to listen. And so the ferryman, guided by the faint glow of his lamp and the tender pull of the river, continued his journey, the quiet companionship of his fellow traveller, a lingering warmth in the cool embrace of the night. Thus the river carried him onward, its waters a living thread that wound through the heart of the city, binding together the myriad lives that touched its shores. In the gentle ebb and flow of the tide, in the flickering dance of the lamplight upon the water, there was a promise of continuity, a reminder that even amidst the fog and shadows the river would always find its way. As the river meandered through the city, a soft and ethereal transformation began to unfold upon its surface, as if the very essence of daylight had decided to linger for one final fleeting caress before surrendering to the encroaching dusk. The last vestiges of sunlight, having pierced through the persistent mist with a delicate resolve, spilled across the water in a resplendent cascade of liquid gold, painting the river with a luminous brilliance that seemed both otherworldly and profoundly reassuring. This golden glow shimmered with a gentle insistence, casting its warm embrace upon the wavering reflections of the city, which appeared both vibrant and dreamlike in the shifting light. Thus adorned, the river became a mirror of wonderment, where the familiar outlines of bridges and buildings dissolved into a watercolour dreamscape, their forms melting into one another in a symphony of blurred edges and softened hues. The city itself appeared to breathe with a languid sigh, its frenetic pulse momentarily stilled by the enchanting spectacle that unfolded upon its waters. Here the fog played its part with a serene grace, curling and unfurling like some mystical veil, enshrouding the scene with a timeless quality that seemed to whisper of secrets untold and mysteries yet to be revealed. The gaslights, which lined the riverbank with their steadfast glow, flickered gently in response to this celestial display, their light dancing playfully upon the golden surface below. Each lamp, a sentinel against the gathering dark, stood in quiet repose, casting long languorous shadows that undulated with the rhythm of the river, their reflections twinkling like stars newly born. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth and distant rain, carried with it the faint echo of footsteps, those solitary wanderers who, like the river, traversed the city in their own unending journey. As the day waned, the bells of the city chimed softly in the distance, their melodic peals weaving through the mist like a gentle lullaby, calling forth memories of moments past and dreams of what might yet be. The echoes lingered, reverberating across the water, each note a testament to the unyielding passage of time, yet also a reminder of the constancy that resided in the heart of the river. It was here, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, sound and silence, that the essence of the city revealed itself in all its complexity, an ever-changing tableau of life and history woven intricately together by the steady flow of the river. In this tranquil setting, the fog seemed to deepen, wrapping the city in its gentle embrace, softening the edges of reality and inviting reflection. The rhythm of the river, steady and unrelenting, whispered promises of continuity and renewal, its voice a measured balm to those who paused to listen. The golden light began to fade, giving way to the cool blues and silvers of twilight, yet the memory of its warmth lingered, an echo of hope and beauty in a world that thrived upon such fleeting moments of grace. Thus the river dream continued, a golden thread in the tapestry of the city's life, its waters flowing ever onward, unceasing and eternal. As the night descended with its gentle hand, the city settled into its evening repose, the river's whisper a constant companion, promising that even amidst the fog and shadows, its course would remain true, finding its way through the heart of the city and beyond. The river, steadfast in its eternal journey, wound its way through the heart of the city, a silent witness to the myriad stories that unfolded upon its banks, its gentle murmur mingling with the distant tolling of bells, the soft padding of unseen footsteps, and the faint rustle of leaves stirred by the night breeze. As the fog lay its shroud upon the cobblestones, blurring the outlines of gaslit streets, and casting an ethereal glow upon the scene, it seemed as though time itself had paused, suspended in the quiet embrace of the evening. It was in this serene tableau that he, a solitary figure amidst the shadows, found himself drawn to the river's edge, his gaze cast across the waters to where the faint outline of his old home stood in solemn repose beyond the embankment. The sight of it, barely discernible through the veil of mist, stirred within him a sense of gratitude, gentle and profound, rather than the aching longing that might have been expected. For it was not mere bricks and mortar that he beheld, but a repository of memories, a place where the echoes of laughter and the warmth of companionship lingered still, like the soft glow of a distant lamp glimpsed through the fog. There, on those familiar shores, the innocence of childhood had unfolded, days of untroubled simplicity marked by the rhythm of the river's flow, each moment a note in the symphony of life, resonant and enduring. As he stood enveloped by the quietude of the night, the fog seemed to part momentarily, revealing glimpses of the past with a clarity that belied the shadows. He recalled the sound of his mother's voice, gentle and reassuring, as she called him in from play, her words as measured as the river's lullaby. He remembered the steadfast presence of his father, a figure of unwavering strength, whose guidance had been as constant as the river's course. These recollections, so tenderly etched in his heart, were not merely spectres of what once was, but vibrant threads woven into the very fabric of his being, nurturing a gratitude for the life he had been privileged to lead. Yet, as the fog resumed its embrace, cloaking the landscape in its nebulous folds, he found himself drawn back to the present, to the quiet companionship of the river and its ceaseless journey. The city, with its myriad sounds and silences, was a living entity, its pulse intertwined with the river's flow, each eddy and ripple a testament to the passage of time. And within this living tapestry he found solace, a reassurance that though the world might change and time march inexorably forward, there remained constants that could be relied upon, gentle reminders of the enduring beauty of life. The gaslights, their glow softened by the mist, cast long shadows upon the cobblestones, their illumination a beacon in the encroaching darkness. He lingered a moment longer, his heart full with the quiet contentment of one who has glimpsed the eternal amidst the ephemeral. With a final glance towards the distant shore, he turned, footsteps echoing softly on the damp pavement, each step a continuation of the journey, the river's murmur a gentle accompaniment to his thoughts. As he made his way along the river's edge, the night deepened, the fog thickening as if to cradle the city in its gentle embrace. Above, the stars began to pierce the veil of cloud, their distant light a reminder of the vastness of the world, the infinite possibilities that lay hidden within the folds of time. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit at peace, he embarked upon the path that lay before him, the river's whisper a constant companion, guiding him onward into the night, its promise of constancy a balm to his soul. As the night deepened, casting its darkened shawl over the sprawling metropolis, our solitary wanderer found himself drawn towards the imposing silhouette of Tower Bridge, its grand arches looming like vigilant sentinels over the serene flow of the Thames. The river, its surface smooth and untroubled, seemed to hold its breath in reverent anticipation, as if aware of the solemnity that this ancient structure bestowed upon the landscape. The magnificent edifice rose with quiet dignity, its towers crowned with battlements that whispered tales of ages past, echoing the unyielding march of history that coursed through its very stones. The air was heavy with a gentle fog that clung to the skin like a cool embrace, its tendrils weaving an intricate tapestry that softened the world into a watercolour dreamscape. The glow of distant gaslights flickered through the mist, their halos casting delicate shadows that danced upon the damp cobblestones, creating an ever-shifting pattern of light, and dark, like the interplay of hope and despair in the human heart. The silence was profound, a deep and resonant stillness that enveloped the senses, as if the very world had paused to listen to the soft murmur of the river, its timeless song a lullaby to the weary soul. As he passed beneath the bridge, the echoes of his footsteps were swallowed by the vastness above, their faint resonance a mere whisper in the cathedral-like expanse. Here, beneath the stone and steel, there was a sanctuary of quietude, untouched by the clamour of the waking city, a place where one might find solace in the embrace of solitude. The river's gentle current flowed with an unhurried grace, its surface unbroken save for the occasional ripple, a testament to the enduring patience of nature, ever watchful, ever present. Above, the stars shone with a muted brilliance, their light diffused by the encroaching fog, yet their presence a constant reminder of the universe's vastness and the eternal cycle of night and day. The moon, a pale and watchful guardian, cast its silvery gaze upon the water, tracing a path of light that beckoned the traveller onward, a guiding beacon in the enveloping gloom. The cool night air carried with it the faint scent of the river, a briny tang that spoke of distant shores and endless journeys, of adventures yet to be undertaken and dreams yet to be realized. In this moment of hushed stillness, time seemed to stretch and elongate, each second a precious eternity, each breath a communion with the world. The heart, once burdened by the weight of the day's tribulations, felt light and unencumbered, buoyed by the serene beauty of the scene, the quiet promise of the river offering a respite from the relentless march of time. It was as if the very essence of peace had descended upon this place, wrapping it in a cocoon of tranquillity, a haven from the storms of life. And so, with a heart untroubled and a spirit renewed, he continued his journey, the river's gentle whisper a constant companion, a melody that wove itself into the fabric of his thoughts, guiding him with unwavering constancy through the tapestry of night. The bridge, now receding into the mist behind him, stood as a silent witness to his passage, a monument to the enduring power of quiet reflection amid the ceaseless flow of the world. As he moved onwards, the echoes of his footsteps faded into the distance, absorbed by the enveloping fog, leaving behind only the soft murmur of the river, its voice a gentle reminder of nature's eternal rhythm. The path ahead lay shrouded in mystery, yet the journey promised a tapestry of experience, a canvas upon which the brushstrokes of life would paint new stories. The gentle ebb and flow of the river, a constant companion, offered its silent assurances, guiding him onward into the night, its promise of constancy a balm to his soul. As the river widened, its previously narrow banks now stretched majestically, revealing an expanse of open water that seemed to embrace the very heavens above. The city, with all its bustling clamour and ceaseless activity, began to recede into the distance, its gaslit streets and murmur of life fading into mere whispers against the vastness of the surrounding darkness. The gentle lapping of the water against the boat's bow was a rhythmic lullaby, whispering secrets of the deep to any who would listen, while the dim light of the gas lamps gradually gave way to the faint glimmer of stars that timidly appeared above the eastern horizon, like timid children peeking out from behind a curtain. In this serene solitude, the boatman felt a profound peace settle over him, a tranquil solitude that wrapped around him like a comforting shroud. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the faintest scent of the river's earthy essence, mingling with the echoes of distant bells that tolled solemnly from some far-off steeple, their sound carried on the gentle breeze that whispered through the trees lining the river bank. The world seemed to hold its breath, as if in reverent silence before the majesty of the night, and the boatman, adrift in this moment, allowed himself to be swept along by the river's steady current, surrendering to its ancient and unending flow. The stars, timid at first, began to grow bolder, their light twinkling with increasing confidence as they punctuated the vast tapestry of the night sky. They beckoned with a silent promise of constancy. Their eternal vigil a reminder of the infinite nature of time, a gentle assurance that though the world may change, some things remain steadfast and true. The boatman gazed upwards, his heart swelling with a sense of wonder at the vastness of the universe above, and in that moment he felt a connection to something greater than himself, a communion with the stars that transcended the boundaries of earthly existence. As the boat glided smoothly over the water, the river's surface reflected the starlight, creating a shimmering path of silver that danced and played in the gentle ripples, leading the way into the unknown. It was as if the heavens had descended to the earth, merging with the river to form a celestial highway, guiding the boatman on his nocturnal journey. The vastness of the open water, unencumbered by the confines of the city, invited contemplation and introspection, allowing thoughts to drift and wander, like the clouds that occasionally obscured the stars, only to reveal them again in a dazzling display of celestial splendour. The boatman, ensconced in this quiet reverie, felt the weight of the world lift from his shoulders, replaced by a profound sense of peace that settled deep within his soul. The river's gentle current, the soft whisper of the breeze, and the distant echo of bells combined to create a symphony of sound and silence, a harmonious blend that resonated with the very essence of life itself. In this moment of serene solitude, the boatman found solace, a reprieve from the cares and concerns of the day, as the river carried him onward, ever onward, into the embrace of the night. As the stars continued their silent vigil, the boatman felt a gentle kinship with the river, an understanding that they were both part of a greater whole, an intricate tapestry woven from the threads of time and space. The river, in its infinite wisdom, seemed to speak to him, its voice a measured murmur that promised safe passage, its steady flow a testament to the enduring nature of life. And so he surrendered to its gentle guidance, trusting in the constancy of the river to lead him onward, deeper into the heart of the night, into the open water where the city was but a distant memory, and the stars shone brightly above, their light a beacon of hope in the vast expanse of the universe. With each passing moment, the boatman felt himself drawn further into the embrace of the night, the river's gentle current carrying him ever onward, deeper into the mysteries of the open water. The stars, steadfast and true, continued their silent vigil, their light a comforting presence in the darkness, guiding him on his journey. And as the boat glided smoothly over the water, he felt a sense of contentment settle over him, a quiet joy that came from the simple act of surrendering to the river's gentle embrace, allowing it to carry him onward, ever onward, into the heart of the night storm. As the night deepened, and the river's gentle murmur became the sole occupant of the air, our dreamer's gaze fell upon the rippling water. There, beneath the serene and watchful eye of the moon, danced the reflection of a solitary lantern, its flame flickering with a tenacity that defied the encroaching shadows. The lantern, perched resolutely at the prow of the small vessel, cast a light that was both firm and reassuring, illuminating the path ahead with a golden glow that seemed to chase away the darkness with each steady pulse. Yet it was not the lantern itself that held our dreamer's attention, but rather the curious dance of its reflection upon the restless surface of the river. The water, ever capricious and playful, caught the lantern's light in its shimmering embrace, casting it into myriad fragments that twinkled like distant stars upon the inky canvas of the night. Each ripple, each subtle undulation of the river's surface, transformed the singular flame into a multitude of radiant sparks, creating an image both real and imagined, as if the very elements conspired to weave a tapestry of light and shadow. The reflection, a spectral twin, moved in tandem with the lantern, a phantom echo that seemed to entice the eye and stir the imagination with its ethereal dance. In this quiet communion between light and water, the dreamer perceived two distinct yet intertwined realities: the tangible warmth of the lantern's flame, steadfast and unwavering, and the ephemeral beauty of its mirrored counterpart, ever changing, ever elusive. It was as if the river itself had become a storyteller, crafting tales of mystery and wonder with each gentle shift of its current, inviting the mind to wander along paths of contemplation and reverie. The dreamer's thoughts drifted, carried along by the rhythmic lapping of the water against the boat's hull, as he pondered the nature of reflection, both physical and metaphysical, and the delicate balance between what is seen and what is felt. The night air, cool and fragrant with the scent of distant blooms, whispered secrets only the river knew, while the soft glow of the gas lamps along the riverbank flickered like sentinels in the mist, their light barely piercing the embrace of the fog that clung to the water's edge. These lamps, steadfast and true, continued their silent vigil, their light a comforting presence in the darkness, guiding him on his journey. And as the boat glided smoothly over the water, he felt a sense of contentment settle over him, a quiet joy that came from the simple act of surrendering to the river's gentle embrace, allowing it to carry him onward, ever onward, into the heart of the night. In this tranquil moment, time seemed to stretch and bend, its passage marked only by the soft rustle of the leaves in the gentle breeze, and the occasional distant toll of a bell, its sound floating over the water like a ghostly call from the past. The river, in its wisdom, held no urgency, its flow an eternal testament to patience and persistence, and in its presence the dreamer found solace and a sense of belonging. Here, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, of reality and reflection, he discovered a truth as ancient as the river itself, a truth that spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of the delicate dance between the seen and the unseen, and of the quiet beauty that resides in the spaces between. And so, as the night deepened, and the stars cast their silvery glow upon the world below, the dreamer allowed himself to be lulled by the symphony of night sounds, the gentle caress of the river's current, and the mesmerizing dance of the lantern's reflection. In this sacred space where the boundaries between dream and reality blurred, and the heart found its rhythm in the embrace of the night, he drifted into a state of peaceful reflection, his thoughts carried away on the whispering breeze as the river guided him onward, ever onward, into the mystery of the night. The oars, which had diligently sliced through the water with a rhythmic certainty, now lay silent, their wooden forms resting upon the boat's edge, as though they too were entranced by the serenity of the night. The vessel, freed from the guiding hand of its occupant, surrendered itself to the gentle whim of the current, which bore it along with an imperceptible grace. Above, the sky, an infinite expanse of dark velvet strewn with stars, seemed to merge seamlessly with the river's surface, creating an endless mirror that reflected the heavens in a soft, shimmering tableau. The line between celestial and terrestrial dissolved, as though the very fabric of reality had become a tapestry of dreams, woven together by the tender threads of night. In this ethereal realm, the traveller felt the boundaries of himself begin to blur, his senses melding with the elements around him. The cool breath of the night air caressed his skin, whispering secrets of distant lands and forgotten times, while the river's murmurs sang a lullaby of gentle continuity and eternal flow. It was as if he had become a part of the river itself, absorbed into its ancient song, a single note in the symphony of its timeless journey. The water's embrace was all-encompassing, its subtle movements carrying him forward with a quiet certainty that spoke of endless possibilities and unseen destinations. As the boat drifted ever onward, the fog began to creep in, a spectral presence that wove itself around him with a delicate persistence. It rose from the water like a ghostly shroud, its tendrils curling in the air, softening the edges of the world, and lending an air of mystery to the night. The fog was a companion, a succulent witness to the scene, its presence a reminder of the ephemeral nature of all things, a veil through which the past and future were glimpsed, but never fully grasped. In its embrace, the traveller felt a profound stillness, a moment suspended in time where all that mattered was the gentle rocking of the boat and the measured sounds of the river. The gaslights from the distant shore flickered weakly through the mist, their glow a faint echo of the stars above, casting a dim illumination that danced upon the water's surface. Their reflections wavered like spectral wraiths, whispering tales of the city that lay beyond, where life continued its ceaseless march, with all its joys and sorrows, completely unaware of the tranquil solitude experienced by this solitary voyager. The echoes of distant bells reached his ears, their tones softened by the fog, as if the city itself were calling out in gentle harmony with the night's serenity. In this moment of profound stillness, the traveller felt a deep connection to the world around him, a sense of unity with the elements that transcended the mundane concerns of daily life. The river's embrace was not merely physical but spiritual, a reminder of the larger currents that shaped the world, unseen yet ever present. It was a moment of introspection, a pause in the relentless passage of time where the soul could find respite, and reflection in the embrace of nature's gentle hand. As the boat drifted silently along, the rhythm of the oars now but a distant memory, the traveller let his thoughts wander freely, carried away on the currents of imagination and reverie. The river's song was his guide, its melody a measured balm that lulled his mind into a state of tranquil contemplation. Here in the stillness of the night, with the fog as his companion and the stars as his witnesses, he found a peace that transcended the chaos of the world, a moment of clarity that shone brightly in the tapestry of his existence. In this sacred space where the boundaries between dream and reality blurred, and the heart found its rhythm in the embrace of the night, he drifted into a state of peaceful reflection, his thoughts carried away on the whispering breeze as the river guided him onward, ever onward, into the mystery of the night. The current's gentle pull was like the hand of an old friend, leading him into the unknown with a comforting assurance that all would be well, that the journey itself was the destination, and that in the quiet communion with the river he had found his place in the grand tapestry of life. As the lantern's light succumbed to the embrace of the encroaching mist, the scene around the gentle wanderer softened into a serene tableau, where the elements of light, memory, and dream coalesced into an ethereal symphony of night. The river, with its ceaseless flow, bore witness to the quietude that settled like a gentle shroud upon the landscape, its surface reflecting the dim glow of the distant gas lamps, their soft halos barely piercing the thickness of the fog. The air was imbued with a palpable stillness, broken only by the faint lapping of water against the banks, and the occasional echo of a distant bell, its mournful toll reverberating through the night like a solemn reminder of time's inexorable march. Each ripple upon the river's face seemed to carry a story, whispered and half-remembered, of days long past and dreams yet to come. The water flowed with a timeless grace, its journey an endless voyage through the annals of history and the epochs of human endeavour. The river's cadence was a lullaby to the weary soul, a gentle rhythm that soothed the mind and eased the burden of care, inviting one to surrender to the tranquil embrace of night. In this moment the boundaries between reality and reverie blurred, and the world seemed suspended in a state of tranquil reflection. The fog, thickening with the night's advance, wrapped itself around the landscape like a silken cloak, its tendrils creeping forth to obscure the familiar and render the world anew. Street lamps stood as solitary sentinels in this transformed realm, their light a beacon to guide the wayward traveller through the nebulous veil. The mist, in its quiet majesty, rendered the known mysterious and the mundane remarkable, inviting introspection and contemplation as the river meandered ever onward, a steadfast companion to the night. Amidst this dreamlike landscape, echoes of footsteps resounded softly, a gentle percussion upon the cobblestones that spoke of journeys taken and destinations sought. These echoes, intertwined with the river's song, wove a tapestry of sound that enveloped the night with a comforting familiarity, a reminder that though the path may be shrouded in mist, one was never truly alone. The river, with its patient constancy, bore silent witness to the myriad tales unfolding along its banks, a silent confidant to the hopes and fears, the joys and sorrows of those who found solace in its presence. As the night deepened, the river's surface became a mirror to the heavens, reflecting the dim glow of distant stars, each a flickering beacon of hope and aspiration. The celestial bodies seemed to dance upon the water, their light twinkling in harmony with the river's gentle flow, a celestial dance that spoke to the interconnectedness of all things. The universe in its vast expanse was mirrored in the river's depths, a testament to the infinite possibilities that lay within the human spirit and the dreams that propel us forward. In this quiet communion with the river, time seemed to lose its hold, its passage marked only by the subtle shifts in the night's embrace. The journey, though endless, was rich with meaning, each moment a brushstroke upon the canvas of existence, each thought a note in the symphony of life. The river, in its wisdom, imparted the gentle truth that it is not the destination that defines us, but the journey itself, and the quiet moments of reflection that allow us to find our place in the grand tapestry of being. As the lantern's light faded entirely into the mist, the scene settled into a profound calm, the river's endless flow a gentle reminder of the constancy of change and the beauty inherent in the cycle of life. The night held its breath in reverent stillness, a moment of perfect equilibrium where the past, present, and future converged in a harmonious whole. In this tranquil pause, the river's song continued, a measured melody that promised new beginnings, and the assurance that, like the river, we too are part of something greater, an eternal journey into the unknown, as